Morning, good morning. A little range down here that we're trading in. Holding VWAP as resistance, it looks like. Hmm. My internet is really bad this morning. I'm not sure what's going on. Hopefully stream will be okay. Mhm. Holding our value low here so far of this range. Not really looking for too much more downside until we show interest below like 185. Like we gotta take out these lows. Um, if we can start to see something like this, where a POC starts to hold offer right from here, and then we can push below, like this makes sense to me then for downside, right? But I need to see it first. Don't really want to be. I'm fine with looking for like the short into this yellow box if we look in and then look back away from it, or look above and then look over for the long, for the rotation up to ETH low. But here you have to be a bit more careful, which is fine. Like you can try off of POC here at 211, but you should be expecting the bid to rotate us back up here, right? Like go back up just to this yellow box. Like we can see that this is very clearly a box we're trading in, and that there's a bid, right? A buyer who is willing to take in and rotate us up, right? It is a balance. So as we come down here, this has to be first target because we haven't. I don't know if we have enough trapped above. Is my problem. We can see that they absorbed here, but we need to see a very clear shift below this for that continuation down, or again, it's just going to absorb and then rotate back through. So I just want to point that out is like this is pretty balanced down here. But I like this rotation down from here if we get a look in and then rotation through, right? Just a failure at our value high. Just like we'd be looking for a failure at our value low for rotations back up. So we'll see what happens, but um, yeah. And then of course, like our upside is the same as yesterday, where like this would be our pivot flip, where if we recover our 3540, just be looking for that bid here for the rotation through this balance for the push up to our highs that we were trading in to it's the same thing as yesterday, right? So we'll see what happens here. Back up to our balance high from our balance low, no change. New 15's opening here. Holding POC of previous candle so far on open of new 15. Again, just top of rotation here of our little balance. See if we can get over and hold, or if this absorbs again and then we rotate back below for another balance rotation. As long as that POC is holding for previous candle, upside is okay for a look, but we need to see the ability to push above and hold this 25. Or again, we will rotate back through and then just trade the same setup as before. See what they can do here. This is ES pushing into ETH low. We'll watch that for a potential resistance as we push into that on ES. Same thing with Russell here into our value edge. Keep trying. Do we see the why we can just play around for the higher low on pivot for long and then short? So it's just a scalp right now, but we need a little bit more willingness to show interest outside of this range. We get over this 35 to 45, then it's the same rotation from the afternoon yesterday. If this fails to hold, right, then there's not too much more here. We just need to see if we can build here. Just like yesterday in this upper balance that we traded, remember, all we're watching for here is can we hold above our balance high, or do we look back in and then rotate down using these guys who are above as a catalyst, right? We played this over and over again yesterday. I just want to show that, right? Like this is the same thing. So this is, if this continues to fail here on the look above this balance high, we look for the push inside here, and then the lower high for the rotation through the balance, right? Rotation up, look above, rotation through, lower high. So let's see what they do. We are here. Is our balance high? Balance. Low. So at our 35-45 pivot, we need to flip this for more. This is first target. If we can flip it, then we have room. Right, so this is what we're looking for first. If we can look above, then we'll watch this for a second. If this fails, we'll look for this as a rotation through. Do you get what I mean when I say this? It's we look through and hold, and then it's the higher low, and then using this area as our invalidation, right? Where we want to see. This is our risk on either direction. Does that make sense? Okay, I just like I don't like it gets really messy when I start putting all of this shit on here. But if you can just visualize what I'm talking about when I do one of these, that's the same thing as me putting this on as well. I just want to highlight that. Oh boy. All right, what news do we have for the afternoon? What do we got to look out for? We've got Trump at what 1:30, and then just Baker Hughes stuff. That's it. It's like, and then of course monthly OPEX at the end, but not a too, at least not in the books. Not a very news heavy day, but we'll see. This administration, you never know what's gonna pop up. Man, what has happened to Call of Duty? When did it become this? I'm just like looking at an ad on Twitter right now. When did Call of Duty become this? What happened? This is so cursed, man. Yeah, it's definitely Fortnite. Just like such a clear money grab. Just imagine being in like a competitive game and you've got like an American Dad skin like running by you on stream. I don't know. Just something. Like you're watching like MLG. 'Same thing as before. No shift below, just holding. There's no change here. If you need to get over this pivot or anything more, just a rotation in this little in between area between our lower balance and our upper balance. New 15s. gonna move this over. It is what it is. Want to make sure that we have that idea in mind. Same thing with the secondary look, if we can push above. I mean, I'd love to see us head to our 15-minute view up into like 50, 55, right? That'd be ideal. We just need to see that look above and the ability to then hold this 3540 as supportive again, just like last attempts. This is going to be pretty hard resistance until we can get through. But once we do, right, like this will give us, this will become our setup, right? The same as yesterday, which is like this look above and then bid for rotation through, or they'll look below and then hold for rotation down. It's literally the same. We can see what happened on these pushes above, and then we attempt to hold and we look up, or they'll look below and then attempt down, right? So that is really all I'm watching for. This is it. Offer shitting 40. What are some ways we can confirm not I don't want to say confirm, but what are some ways that can give you confidence in a long on a break out of balance when on footprint? What are we looking for? Why is this action pretty poor compared to this action that we're seeing now on the last since I've gotten on? What's the difference in our structure here on this rotation up compared to the rotation we were trading in before? What's different? What can we see? Hold of POCs when we were going up, POCs shifting up and hold. Yeah, okay, cool. So, first of all, very, very good low in the sense of who's trapped. It's very clear. Open a new candle after we saw this, right? Holding POC, so a higher low. Holding POC of this sell side candle that traversed the entire range that we are calling our lower balance, right? And then POC holds afterwards, giving us a good trend up, right? So we identify our low, we hold low, we open at the at a very clear higher low, maintaining our value to POC of this candle as supportive. We rotate up, next candle opens, we hold POC of previous candle, right? And we continue up. Same thing, holding POC, rotating up off of it, traversing into our VWAP here for a reversion trade. So it's a very clear low, and we have a catalyst at the bottom, and then we have a very clear higher low off of it, right? And that allows us to be like, oh, okay, like this is showing a supportive hold and push up. We maintained our bottom of balance. We rotated over POC on the daily, right? We then showed interest above. We maintained our balance high of this area as supportive. We know we didn't invalidate. We got a very clear higher low, and then we rotated off. So this feels much better for a break of balance trade, right? And a push up compared to this rotation before where you had very muddy POCs that were a little bit everywhere and price was unable to sustain above that POC, right? Now we have price sustaining above POC of previous candle, whereas before it was very choppy. So we've gotten a very clear breach and hold, and now we're pushing into secondary target. And this is that secondary entry, right, on the push above 45s. And this is just that upper balance. So I just want to point that out that like it's very there are there are signs you can look for of what for solid entries, right? Like that's the most important thing. Is being able to recognize that kind of stuff and knowing when trades have potential and what actually looks like solid R&R for said trades. You guys understand that? We're all on the same page? Or are there questions? All right, sweet. So we've traded to our 15-minute view up now. This is a great target for any trades off of 25. We now watch to see if this 45 can hold as supportive. If it can, then we can probably rotate up into the 60 as a secondary entry. We've got a buyer at 35s. We have a buyer at 40 at this 48 here. So as long as this area is maintaining, we might be able to hold this upper balance now. So let's see what happens. Just gotta maintain here. Expecting a little bit of chop. Seeing if we can secure this. And if we can, then we're just... Oops, oh, I didn't mean to move that. If we can maintain, then we should be able to rotate through. Yeah, I think that's a fine exit, and there's no problem trying again here with a 5-point stop, 45 to 40. If you wanted to get in as a secondary to try. I think we might need to chop here for a little bit while we wait to see if we can hold this pivot, but yeah. I exited my 25 and into 45, and now I'm trying off of this from 5 points of risk, 45 to 40. But as long as we're holding 35, so I'm not too concerned. But we might need to see a look in first and then the bid, something like this. We'll have to see how we actually settle here. But I'm only kind of really wow, I can't speak today. I'm only willing to really risk about 5 points here because I don't want to be long off of this 45 edge and then this goes resistance on me. right? I want to be willing in a position to potentially look for a short if this then becomes our offer for a downside move, right? So if we can look back above, then I'll long that because that's a bullish sign. But you know, I want to watch to see how we interact into our pivot here. Like this to me just looks like chop in both directions. Like we've got a little bit of a bid that's been absorbed here into our 15-minute VWAP. But we have a very clear buyer, like I talked about before, at 35. So to me, it just like there's not a great decision here. It just looks like a retest of our balance edge to see if this bid is sustainable or not. So I don't want to like risk too much here, but I also don't want to on either direction, right? There's just not a great look in either direction. Like I think that this is still a valid trade on a look above and hold. I think that this is just needs to show interest here, and once we actually secure it, we rotate through. Again, like there's a very clear bid at 35, 35.40. But if we like flip it below, then like I'm pretty into it. But like if you look on footprint, like this is what this section looks like here. Right, like we've got a very clear look absorption into our 15-minute VWAP, and then we have a seller trying, but then we have these bids below that I'm just watching to see if we just trade around this area. So I want to see like if the offer can get below this 35.40 or if the bid holds here, because if it does, right, we're just looking for this to then bid up off of it. All right, let's see what we do here. See what happens here. ES and RTY double topping. Looking into our 35 liquidity. Just watching 40-45 is our risk. Bid at over 45s. Same as before. Worth trying. If we can start to build above this POC, then upside feels likely. And it's just some chop here at our pivot. If 35s can flip, then downside feels pretty evident. But just watch this 40-45, see if offer holds here for a lower high, or if we flip above 45s for supportive hold. Just watch. I think ES looks much better than NQ here for a potential short with our ETH low holding. We're going to do that. Just watch ES to lead for the NQ move. I think we'll have a bit more clarity in a second here. Just give it a minute to play. Just watching for lower highs to hold for the short, and then they'll look below 35s for continuation down, or they'll look over 45s and bid for the continuation up, with ES and RTY leading in the direction that we're headed. Trying to build up here at this pivot makes the most sense to me. So this two-sidedness makes sense. Again, there's like very clearly a buyer at 35s, and there's very clearly a seller into 45.50. So it's just like, which way can we flip? This is a great first PT here on the flip. Under 20s. Look for another lower high. So we reject here or bid 45s and rotate it up? Yes. Right, it's exactly like we talked about. It's either like this low holds is supportive and we look back above and then this goes bid, or this holds offer and then this becomes our resistance from 40-45 because this buyer is then off sides and then we rotate back through, right? It's the same thing. So now it's just we're looking to see if these lower highs will sustain or not off of this failure to push through. So this, of course, has to become first target. And if we can't get back over this, then we have another leg down potentially on a look below and then rotation through. But until we see this, like this 45 go supportive, it's just not a great area to look for longs. Which is why I like to risk just this 5 points here from 40-45 instead of the full 10. Because I know like sure we might bounce and we might hold here, but then I'm only in a 10-point range, right? So like I don't know. To me, I'd rather just trade this with this as our risk instead of being then caught in this rotation here. I'd rather try to play the break than hold out. Yeah, see, like the long at 35s don't make any sense to me. I'd rather play the look above from a showing of a buyer at 35s. To me, it's a short at 35. But if you longed that 35 and held, we'd most likely get past 45. I mean, no. From looking at the chart, that is not the case. If you longed 35, we did not get over 45s. That is not a fact. That is the opposite of what happened. 40-45 went offer, which is what we thought would happen. Listen, like I got stopped out at 45s as well, but it was worth the attempt. But then I immediately just played the short because the long wasn't working. And we have a clear buyer who's offsides. And then we had a seller who aggressively pushed down off of it. So we're ready for it. And I'm only risking 5 points for that. Because either the long works or it doesn't, and if it doesn't, then it's just a rotation back through. Like if I'm shorting into 40 and my stop is at 45, my risk per contract is like between 120 and 160 depending on your fail. Like that to me is good risk to reward. 10 seconds till new 15s. Again, this is just our pivot. Either the bid is able to maintain here and we can rotate back over and then I'll try a long over 45s again, or this is going to flip as resistance and then we play it for a short down for a continuation. I have one runner left here from 35. This is where we longed on the last attempt from the look below and then the look above. Right, so I'm still going to be looking for that look above like before, or the look below and then hold for continuation down, just like the last attempt here. Remember, we need the liquidity below, and then we need to see a secondary buyer step in for the rotation through. I'm not just longing here to long here. We watch to see what happens in this area, and if we can get above for the rotation back through, or if the look below results in us in a push back into this balance, and then this holding as our risk for a rotation through. Right, we're holding POC on the open of this new 15. This is our risk. So this is our look below. Let's see if this now holds as our offer. I'm stopped out over 225, and then I look to reevaluate. Stopped. We get back below, then I'll look to get back in, but just closed out my runner there. Trying again. Back in. Rotation through. Mm-mm. This is really volatile here. This is ES value low. As long as we're holding below POC a previous candle, I'm willing to try it. But if it continues to find a bid here, then it's just gonna, I'm not gonna take anything. Personally. Just because it's choppy doesn't mean that anything is like invalidated, right? We still need a buyer above here. If we just are holding value low to POC as resistance, right? This just becomes the short, where instead of this 17, it's just a long over this. POC or a short here. Right, like as long as this POC to value low is holding as resistance, there's literally no reason to be looking for a long. I'm just gonna adjust with going on here. You see what I mean? Like there's literally no long until we can get over POC to value low previous candle. Like it just is brain dead to try anything there. So even though it's choppy, like we just hit target. I'm out one there. Into our balance low here. See if we can flip it. I'd like to see this go offer for more. Do you guys get what I'm saying about this pivot with our footprint? Or no? Okay, I really want to highlight that. Like we have to adjust a bit, and it's fine to take a stop out here because we're only risking 5 points. But like if this continues to hold, there's no long. Like the offer has lowered. We have an offside buyer above. We have a clear seller, and we have POC to value low into our low of this previous candle. So until we can shift above, like even if it's just choppy here, you have to respect it. And now we'll see if we get a secondary move here. If we get back over 200s, then maybe a bid for rotations back, but we'll see. I'm flat, just waiting.
Hello, Friday enjoyers.
Um,
I am here to ruin the market.
mm, mm, mm.
Up, Sparrow. Can you please slap 10k lots? Yeah, what direction you want them? Alright, I will buy 10k lots. Heard.
Watch to see if we find a buyer to hold this edge now for rotations up, or if this fails. At our 200 edge. New 15s opening now. I don't know about this area.
All of these like low edges structurally are very weird. Very thin. ES is building a little node.
Russell leading down here. Just broke value low. Gonna give it a minute to play. I got stopped out there trying to long this. Gonna wait. I think as long as like 190 is holding, you're in an okay spot. But that flips and goes offer, that's where I get worried. Like they just try to sweep through it, see if they hold it. And I'm not a big fan of trying to long here, to be honest. I'll be much more interested on a pushback over 200s from this low or long, rather than trying to long like these wicks. Like I want to see us show interest above this value edge here, as well as POC on this current candle, for that to actually be a bid. But like I want to see these guys be stuffed, right? Like I want these lows to hold, and then I want to see like a very clear bid above this rotation up. Then these guys would be trapped down here. But until then, it's just a bit iffy for me.
Been an eye on Russell as it's in this imbalance from yesterday's open. Last week POC 22.46.
Like I still think risk wise, we're just watching to see if offer can shift here. Rotations down at 190, like I talked about, or a push above 200s for a hold for longs. As soon as we flip that and we swept below 190, it just doesn't make sense to look for long until we can get back above and show interest. I didn't get filled on 90, so I'm just waiting. RTY still looks like it wants down. I'm not interacting here yet. We have trapped sellers into that low. I want to see how we interact here first. See if we can find any bids above this 200 with that trap trader belows. We should see a little bit of an offer at 210, and then we're just watching to see if this 190 200 holds a supportive here from this. If it does, then upside feels likely. If it can't and we get back below 190, then short's probably back on the table.
Structurally, lower time frame and higher time frame, very similar at this 330 on ES. We can hold into this upper node. I want to see full oscillation up and through. If not, should put lower lows in.
Again, if you're getting extremely punished with 5 or 10 points of risk on mechanical setups, your leverage is just too high and you need to lower it. Like that's the only reason, if you're like not being able to make money with the setups that we've tried today, it's just your leverage is too high. You're putting too much risk on the table for your account size. If you're executing at these areas and you're getting stopped out for 5 points, that's perfectly fine, and that happens. Not every trade is a success, but to not attempt or to lose and then not attempt another one is just your risk is too high. I can't reiterate that enough, and it seems to be a very common theme of people over leveraging into trades to try to make up for losses. Um, but like all of these areas have been 5 or 10 point stops for 2 or 3 to 1 risk to reward. So like if you're that person that I'm talking about, just remember like it's not you're not trying to win the lotto here. You're trying to compound. So please readjust your leverage. If you are trading too much leverage,
Well, a little bit of tick divergence here, coming back under 0. We're gonna hold this upper structure. I'd like to see it be, or like have some oomph here and clear over POC on ES for NQ to hold.
not seeing it. I'm still seeing no interest above. It's just our holding our absorption from our last attempt.
Respect to POC.
I don't really see a viable sell unless you're trying to trade off of like 210, 220, or the flip below 180, 190. It just looks like balance in between here right now. We've got some absorption happening into 190 on the sell side, right? So buyers are absorbing sellers into 190, and we have sellers absorbing buyers into 210, 220. So until we breach and hold on either side, it's just going to be choppy here. We've got 5 minutes until new 15s. I think we're watching Russell for a leading signal. ES just retested POC on daily and rejected. Coming back down to value edge. So this is just POC of previous candle into 180, 190. Again, I'm not looking for more down until we push below that. Another way to look at it is just this is value low to POC here, right? So I just want to watch to see how we interact in this area before I try anything again. This area is really messy. Bid is sitting at 180. Mm. 40 seconds, 2015s.
Turn of hour.
Bid needs to get back over 200s for anything. Value low here for previous candles, 192. POC is 200. Again, all we did is trade back down to our liquidity that is present here. Just watching. I'm watching this right now, right? If sell side can maintain here from our value low previous candle to POC at 200, they can do that, then downside feels likely, right? With the shift of the pivot off of our previous. But we need to see either a push back over 200s and then a bid, or there's not a ton here. But this is what I'm watching for our sell. We need to get below this 180 for any secondary legs. This is our test below. It's a great first risk off if you are playing off of that value to POC. We want to see an offer sweep here if we're going to rotate down to like 150. Not, then the same liquidity will eat up here and just absorb again, and it's just not ready. into POC a previous candle here. 200 still holding. Again, 180 has to go offer and show interest below for a secondary leg, or it's just going to continue to rotate here between 200 and 180. A great first risk off if you are playing off of this. Need to show interest below for anything more. Again,
Be right back.
Mm-hmm. $50 till new 15s. I'll be watching how we interact here into our POC of value low, our value high of our current candle. A little bit of a look above our 200s. We'd like to see this bid ideally sustain here from 190 to 200. We're going to rotate up. Liquidity at our lows continues to maintain and absorb. There's an attempt to get back into this balance from this morning. The issue is that the longs aren't going to feel great until we can get back over 25s. It's going to be like this little micro range again. Excuse me. New 15s have opened.
I thought surely standing up for 3 minutes would get a move. Maybe I'm not the problem.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
man.
I know, I know.
Oh man, the market was pretty good before you got here, you know? Hmm.
That's how it's been. The Europeans are the only ones trading.
Mm-hmm. This is either just gonna be a really nice trap above this 200 and then a look back below for the same rotation, but with new liquidity added, or this holds and then we rotate and then we look for a longs over 225, right? Like, we just don't have a great answer here yet. We're seeing sell side really trying to hammer this down into 190 to 200, just being absorbed so far. But if sell side like actually pushes below, then these buyers are going to be pretty offsides here. So just waiting to see how we play this. Again, it's the same as before, which is we are trying to see if we can flag here, holding these previous sells as our bid now for rotations up. But if this offers, then these guys get caught off sides, and then this becomes our risk for a secondary leg down. And ideally taking out this low, because then we have this liquidity that's offsides. So yeah. Again, there's not a great, like, you've got 10 points here from 200 to 210 with the secondary target into 20s. But until we show interest over our 25s, I just don't really see an excited bid stepping in. It's just going to be more of this. So it's like, is 10 points to 10 to 20 points worth it for you? If so, then okay, right? But if not, then just wait. So a potential 3 bar on the 5 minute on NQ with this 190 to 200. Russell leading down, keep that in mind. Watching ES here into our value edge. So again, this is 210. This is the middle of our range here from 200s. So this is your first like 10 points. Ideally, we push up, but we've been rejecting here. We need to see a very clear look above and hold. And again, there's no real move outside of this balance until 25s go supportive, in my opinion. This 2025 is going to be rough. Just absorption into 15s right now. But we're getting our 3 bar break on the 5 minute, like I talked about a couple seconds ago. Right, this is just this off of the flip, and then it's just coming back into our balance high. I just got tagged out there into our high of range from our hold of 200s. We could flip above, then I'll look for more. But 25 seconds till new 15s. Just into POC of our sell side. So Rocket, this is like a good example of what we were talking about yesterday, about having a limit and just letting it play once I get stopped. Just as like an example. You see how like my exit on my shortstop is my entry here? Putting it in chat. And that's just because I had more contracts on the bid, right, by limits than my short to close. So I immediately get filled on the long, and then I just let that play with my risk from 200 to 190. And then I just took TP into target, which is 220. Then there's no emotional decision there. It's just letting it do its thing, right? Secondary target's 240 if we can flip if you have runners. But we need to show that interest above. Is this so high opacity?
Ohio.
So again, this is where we took our short on the push down, playing off of this value low to POC of the sell side candle from 22 to 27 here, right? 28. So we're gonna watch to see if this seller is still in the market. I'll just drag this over as a visual aid. We need to show interest above this, or your sell side's still sitting here. I want to see us take this out and then rotate higher off of it, right? So it's the same thing as before. Or I'm just watching to see if we can push above this POC or continuation up. Because if not, then right, this is just going to be the same seller. Let me actually just copy and paste this. Move this over. Right, it's going to be the same thing. I'm personally not looking for this short to the down. I'm just waiting. But I just want to highlight that this is the same as before. That this is where that offer is sitting. Just going to wait though, personally. But you've got 23 to 28 right now is your risk. If you were looking for a short, I want to see us push above that for long, for rotations up. But this is our offer here. 210 is probably where it bounces. You don't want to short the middle of the range. I just gave you the short. It's this. This is your risk. It's the same as before. 210 is first target for shorts. Because that's POC, right? So, like, you don't want to short a POC. You don't want to short the middle of a range. It's just a bad idea. Watch for a bid into 200s, bottom of range. And then we'll watch to see if we then find a secondary to then step us up, or if it'll be a lower high for this move up. But expect a bit of chop here in the middle. The reason why Sparrow I don't like the 210 is that this is POC here, previous candle at 205, right? So it's just like, is it worth the 5 points getting chopped up here between our value low at 200s and our bid at 205? To me, no. But if we like flip that, right, as resistance, then sure. But I don't want to short where the buyer is. I want to be shorting our top edge with minimal risk of when I know I'm wrong or right. You get me? Yeah. Like what for the trapped idea, I think that you could try this as a reattempt, right? Where then these participants here are offsides. So you're maintaining that these guys would be then offsides and you're looking for a lower high, and then you could try to play it down, right? I think that that's viable with your logic of what you're looking for. Yes, into POC here, trying to look above R32. Russell top of range.
This is the lowest we've seen fall as well in the last hour. ES retest into 30 like really needs to hold.
You out? Have a great weekend.
Bye, friend.
Coming back down to our tens again, just a great first risk off, middle of range if you are playing off of that 22 to 28. Full rotation is just back to 200s. So again, like Rocket, this is just how I had my Dom here. I just closed, but I want to show that. Right. So I have two contracts at 28s, but I am short one contract at 22. So I'm looking to immediately get filled on the long side and get stopped out of the short side if this doesn't work. the same again. It's when we're in balance like this, I'm just looking to transact at the edge, and I just have my PT set, and I have my stop out set, and I'm trying to see if I can get filled immediately on my first contract on the flip, right at our break even point, and then move my stop for 10. It's just a mechanical thing. And then like if we are able to then hold that on the look above, then I'll add one contract, and then I'll trade two up to our target. If it fails, then I'm just stop out for 5 or 10 points, whatever my risk is at that point, which I immediately set afterwards after getting filled. So that's a full rotation to 200. That's secondary target. Same short as before. No ability to look above. Just this is our pivot. This is our value low to POC of this 15-minute candle where we played this down. We know that there's a buyer here, so there's not much more until we can do anything above or below this. Yeah, and because I only had one on, I took profit into 10s. But like if I would have taken profit into 20 into 200 if I had a secondary on. But that's just like this is our range play. Do you see though there's like a really nice secondary entry there on the look below 18s? Right, the lower high after we looked in. So it's like either you are willing to just try directly at our known edge into these highs, or there's a secondary here that I could have added here for the look down. I didn't play it though. Too much risk for how small of an area we're trading. So one contract is enough for this. It is what it is. And if we push below, then I'll look to get in again on this flip, just like we were playing earlier. Oops, I didn't mean to move that. Just like we were playing earlier, right? Where this is our risk to reward then. So I can just copy and paste the same mechanical setup that I'll be looking to play off of if this can flip below. I'll just put it right over here. And we know what we're looking for, which is from a look above, right? Which is what this is. A look below for rotations down. So now I can drag this over, and I'll watch to see if from a look above we can get a look below. Or if this holds. Don't know. It's the bottom of balance. Not looking to transact here until we show the interest below. The same logic can be applied on the other side, right? So like if you are shorting your highs, you can have two contracts sitting here where you're exiting, and then you're immediately having a limit below at 190, right? And then you're trying the bid on the flip back over 200s for the rotation back up. Again, I like to use this kind of stuff in balance where we have like set structure. I'm personally not trading this long though at the lows. I'm just gonna wait after we rejected there. And the reason for that is we have failed to show any interest above yet. And so all we've done is trap more longs into these highs. And so I'm not too confident in this low yet. If we push over this high, I'm going to be very confident that we're going to go higher. Because what we've shown, I feel like I just worded this very poorly. So what I look for in balance setups is rotations that look like this. Let me just draw it out. So we have a balance. Oops. So this is our balance, let's say, this box here. And price usually rotates like this, right? And then we, after a few rotations in this balance, we see an extreme. So a look outside and then a flip back in. And then we have a look back into this liquidity above after we have someone who's trapped at our lows. And then sometimes we'll fail at the highs, right? And then we'll look back in and then we'll look back through. What I want to see after we get this look above or this look below is a very clear hold at a higher low and then a takeout of these if we're going to go up. Right? I want to see that these buyers who got us back into this range are still present on retest after we reject the highs. If they're present and we get a look over, I'm then looking for longs or a secondary move outside of this. Because we've now shown that this low is holding, and I want to then see them punish these sellers here, and then I want this secondary bid to step in here and then really take us out. Because we've shown interest here at this low now multiple times. So it's like the low of balance is maintaining, which means that there's no shift of value, and sell side has failed the shift. And usually we'll have trapped sellers into this low who are trying to aggressively rotate us down, and we can see that on footprint. Then we can look up, and I'll play this secondary move if we can take out these highs, because that will lead to a larger break of balance most of the time. But let's say like the opposite holds true, where instead of this holding our highs, we see something like this, where we've trapped at these lows, we've rotated through our balance, buy side failed to adjust, to rotate us up higher, and then we get this balance rotation down, like what's happening right now. Well, if we then make a lower high and then rotate below this, this is a really good sign that these guys are now trapped, and secondary buyers who tried here are now going to be trapped. And then when this offer steps below, after making this lower high, right, we've got a channeling down, this should lead to a new low, because now we have trapped liquidity above here into the top of our range, here at our bottom of our range, and now we've seen the offer actually step down. And so I'll play this as a short. Wait, I just want to see either like the very clear break above and hold, or now a lower high, and then this bid being trapped, and then the offer stepping below it, and then I'll play this as our risk for more downside. I like the first attempts in these areas, and then I like to watch to see what happens. If we are able to hold this low, I'll look for the break of these highs and the test back in here, and then I'll look to try to play long. If we see a lower high get put in, and then the offer stepping down below these bids, then I'll look to play this short. Because then we have people to play off of that are punished, and we have a pretty clear shift of value at our low, right? Because this is our value low of this balance, and this is our value high. So if we're now seeing a rejection here into our mid, our POC, and we're seeing a push below our value low, that to me is pretty bearish in nature, especially with the trapped liquidity above. So I usually will play like first attempts on a look back in for rotations through value, and then I'll wait to see how we're going to transact here. Does that make sense? Okay. I'm going to leave this here for right now, just so we can see what happens. Again, we've got a very clear downtrend holding. We want to see a step below this and then offer it. If we're not going to be able to hold, then we can play that for a downside move with liquidity trapped. If not, then it's just going to bid it here again, and then we rotate back up over 200s and hold. So, wait. This feels a little premature to me still, but I don't think there's anything wrong trying 195, 200 as your offer if you want a 5-point stop, but I think we're going to retest into this. We have 3 minutes left. Just watching. I think we can go a bit higher first, unless they sweep this down aggressively, and then I just won't be in the trade. But I think a look below and then a retest into these wicks here would make sense. Excuse me, jeez. I'm not really interested until we see like a very clear break below 190. So again, like 195 to 200 is fine if you want to risk 5 points. That makes sense to me, but I think it's a little premature, so I wouldn't size heavy on it. If we can break below 190, you should see sweeps start to step in. But if sell side fails here and we push back over 200s, this is just going to rotate up, trapping these guys in the low. Later, Kevin. Great job. We've got a minute 30 until new 15s. It should be pretty telling once this new 15 opens.
Hopefully, now that lunch is over, we get some more movement.
Yeah, it would be
These
nice.
rotations have been fine, but like,
Yeah, if you can just like execute at your edges with limited risk, like I'm talking about, like it's good. But if you try to if you expect faster movement and you try to mark it in, you're gonna have a really, really bad time. That's why I'm like being super I don't want to say harsh. Harsh is a bad word, but like adamant of being like, this is your risk, this is what you're doing, this is what you're watching for, this is what like let it play, because the chop is real in between the levels. Like you just gotta let things do its. You know what you're looking for. You know what the problem, like what you're what you should be expecting, and anything else is just like don't touch it. So 30 seconds here. Again, I'm watching for a trade into the new 15. Our value low on this current candle is sitting at 192. Our POC is at 197. So if that holds supportive, it's a pretty good sign that we want to rotate back up. If we flip below that 190, like we talked about, off of this hold, right, and we show interest below this value low to POC, this will be my short attempt that I'll look for downside. So just keep that in mind that we are still inside our balance low and have shown no interest to shift value as of yet from sellers, which is why I'm like very adamant that like until we see that very clear look below and hold, you don't really want to be trying to short here because we're not seeing that interest as of yet. Right, we're opening above POC here on new 15s. Being patient in slower markets and just waiting for new 15-minute candles and then playing off of that POC to value low or POC to value high is going to help you stay out of very choppy areas. And then we just wait to see how we interact around them. Like I said before, I don't think there was anything wrong trying the 195 to 200, but like as soon as we flip 200s, it's just a long again, right? Because it's a maintaining a balance. And then, of course, 210 first target, 220 secondary target. no long expansion potential until over 25. So I applied the exact same system like I talked about before, Rocket, where I attempt 95, my stop is 200, but I have two contracts instead of one, so I stop out and immediately get filled, and then you rotate back up through the range. Right? So like the trade is now making me money on the other side. So we risked 5 points, and then we've gained 10 points. So we've made 5 points in total so far. 5 points of profit, sorry. And now there's your 10 points of profit. I don't know if there's going to be too much here. We'll see. If we can push over our 22, 27 area, it'll be a great long, I think, with this hold of our lows. Just like I talked about this this failed look below, right? Now we're watching to see if we can get back over this, and if we can, then we'll look for this as an upside hold, and then we can look for new highs for rotations up if we can push through this offer. This would be like your 22 to 25 if we can do that. Right here and here. But regardless, always want to be risking off into our known offer, which again is here into this like 15 to 20. So either move stops up to or just take profit into top of range while we wait for a secondary leg. Up to you. Balance is balance. I'll be right back.
Still no higher high.
There's your full rotation. Offer sitting at 20. Let me just move everything over once again.
As indices are still stuck sideways here, you're getting a very large Tesla move.
Back to our low balance here. Expect a little bit of a bid. We'll watch to see if 210 stays offer after this bid, and then rejects and pushes back below 190, or if we just do another rotation. Unsure. Downside pathing is labeled. We'll watch to see if this bid is able to find, if buyers are still willing to sit here at our 200, or if we flip below. 2.5 minutes until new 15s. I think we have some Trump thing soon, if I remember correctly. Let me go look. Yeah, 2:30 Trump signing ceremony for Genius Act. I don't know if that's gonna do anything, but
He
that
might say
is,
something.
yeah, there's always the chance. So I'll put that in chat. That's in 20 minutes. I think Newsbot might be down. So does it make sense that we're finding liquidity or a little bit of a bid here or relief into the bottom of balance into POC of previous candle? Yeah, right. Like it doesn't. We should expect some profit taking, right, from shorts. And when you close a short, you're buying to close, right? So it's liquidity that steps back in on the buy side. And now we'll watch to see if offers step down again for a lower high into that 210 and then step below 190. Then like there's potentially a short. But if this just bid holds here into our value low, then there's been no shift of our value, right? We traded up into our highs, we traded down to our lows. Great. Like it's just another rotation. But like, okay, offer now wants to stick and we get a lower high. Oh, that's interesting. And then if we see that step below and then the offer shift, then that's a great short.
Voice new.
But if this fails, right, then it's just going to be another rotation up.
Maybe homie's just taking the day off.
Yeah, I don't know. And I've got the feed open always just in case, but it's weird that he didn't say the Trump thing. New 15 is open, flat POC compared to previous candle. Something to keep an eye on. See if we can hold this or if we flip below. I'm really just watching to see if we can get below this value low here and start to show that as a point of interest. If not, then this is still just going to remain where the bid sits, and I don't want to mess with it. I'd like, ideally, in an ideal world, we come up into this value high, right, into this 210, 212, and then get the look below. And that leads to downside, but we'll see. I'm not trying to short this edge until we see a very clear look below, because we know this is where the bid is sitting, and you're just going to get punished. ES full rotation from our hold at 32s, rotation back down to our 25. Also, potential double bottom here. We'll see what happens. RTY starts to lead down, maybe we get another leg. So this is if we are going to get a lower high, it would be into this 210, 212, and then we'd look for that rotation down below 190. If we're not going to get a lower high, then it's just going to do another full rotation here. So I'm just watching to see if sell side's going to show any interest here for a lower high with ES and RTY also. That would be our first sign of weakness in the market. This is basically just a rejection of our value high of previous candle. But I still would want to see the look below 190 for the secondary leg. But it would be a good first sign of that weakness that we talked about.
So a reminder in about 8 minutes' time, we're
Hey, there he
expecting
is.
Trump to sign the Genius Act. Live stream is on the feed for you to watch.
There he is. 3.5 minutes here till new 50 or new 30s and new 15s.
All right, another full balance rotation. 210 holding is supportive, rotating up into our top of balance here. ES and RTY still just oscillating in our range. No shift as of yet. How late do we think Trump will be today?
2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Come in right at the close.
This new 15's opening at our value high of previous candle with this POC hold looks good. I'd like to see it be able to sustain above, or it's going to be the same sell side absorption as last attempt, but this does look okay so far. I just want to point that out.
NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $67.34 a barrel, down 20 cents or 0.3%. Gasoline August futures settle at around $2.15 a gallon. Diesel futures settle at around $2.45 a gallon. And natural gas August futures settle at around $3.56.
Offer still holding here, no change out of our range. Watching to see if we can find a bid here at our value high of previous and then look above, or if this is going to hold and trap. Should be your first risk off if you are trading off of our high into 210s. I think we see a little bit of a bid, and then we look for a reoffer into 18s for a lower high and then rotation through. If it's going to maintain balance, right? Just watching to see if we get one of these. So got our bounce at our 210 like we thought. We'll watch to see if there's a lower high here, or if we can flip above. Are you guys feeling a bit more comfortable in balance? I want to make sure that like we're understanding our edges. Do we understand like the sequences, what we look for the lower highs, the higher lows, the recovery? Are things feeling a bit more uh, readable, legible? I think everyone died.
Night. Yeah, we got one.
It's the one that matters. Yeah. And if we can step above, then it's a really solid showing, right, of our mid of range holding. So what does that mean if our mid is now holding supportive? Well, it's a higher low, right? So if we can then show a higher low and then get over this, that's a really great sign for a long. But if we put in a lower high here, right, off of this, then we look for a reoffer and then a rotation through. So it's going to be up to you if a 4-to-1 risk to reward makes sense for the short, and then again the flip of the long. But to me, risking 6 points makes a lot of sense for the lower high. If we can get below 210s, then great. If we get above, then I'll look to flip for the rotation up. But yeah, until we break a balance, we should respect it as balance. Shit. Come on, select the right thing. There we go.
So the video has started where Trump is to sign the Genius Act. There's
so
no
many
sign of
people
him
in that
yet,
room.
but the video has begun.
Jesus.
Again, the live stream is on the feed for you to watch.
Why are there that many people there? What's going on?
Well, geniuses, man.
There's
They're getting signed.
like 200 people in this little room, at least. All these people there to watch him Sharpie a signature. Crazy. Oh, my ears. All the degens in chat screaming their ticker of their Bitcoin that they want pumped off this.
You.
Oh, crypto is so stupid. If this retirement into if this crypto package passes for the allowing you to allocate into your retirement, are you going to tell your grandparents to go all in on Farcoin, or what's the
course.
move? Yeah.
Imagine not having your grandparents all in on Farcoin. I just stay generationally poor.
Yep.
I can already see the YouTube headlines. The 1% don't want you to know this one trick.
Ugh. What a weird timeline we're in.
Yes.
What a weird timeline. 210 holding, bid, rotating back up to our highs. Let's see if they can flip it or if this continues to maintain. Oh, they're feeling jazzy today. This music is very different than the usual. This is a live band. This is good. Big Trump's about to step out. New 15's opening here. 5 seconds. Their bid is attempting to hold top of balance here. We're watching to see if new 15s can hold POC of previous candle to rotate up, or if offer continues to absorb into this 22 to 28 above. We can see they're continuing to just eat these guys up into this, but we've got a bid that is stepping up, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, right? So very, very tight right now. Just watching to see which way this breaks. The bid is definitely trying, but if they fail to push above here and hold, there's a lot of liquidity now up in these highs, right? Instead of value being down here in this low, we've got a lot of buyers now attempting at the highs. So if they fail here, right, this should lead to a larger push down would be my guess. If they can hold this, right, then that's a very clear hold of our 10s, and then ability to push over would allow for these sellers at our lows to be punished a bit more heavily. But we got to see it first, right? All we're seeing is the buy side attempting to step up. That doesn't mean that they're going to be able to succeed. We've got very clear absorption above that we're still just maintaining. Into POC of previous candle. I wish this would just like move with it. I hate having to adjust these over and over again. Trump's about to step out. All right. There he is. Mm.
Just a heads up, Trump has begun speaking.
This is so tight up here at top of range.
Yeah, I took off my first risk here, off of our hold of our 22 to 28, into our 10s here. I'll look for one last leg into our 200s for the last 10 points if we're going to get it. But just want to take off a little risk. And then let's see what they do. Just our balance rotation, same short. Gotta move this all over again. Just letting it play. What's up, Alejandro? Nice to see you, man.
Seeing Brent crude futures settle at $69.28 a barrel,
Yeah, exactly.
down
Great job,
24
man.
cents or 0.35%.
Look, you're learning, bro. There's PT 200. Full rotation. Hold a runner if you want, but back down to bottom of balance here. Listen, each one of these rotations is like 360 bones. Like, this is not bad. You just have to allow it to play. 6 points of risk for this trade is not bad. And still, it's a 4-1. Very good. Just like balance play. Yes, though. Sorry. Sorry, bud. You get no movement.
GG's. Try again.
So, I just want to go over balance again, how we can view it, how we can see it. Here's our footprint. What do we see on footprint? Are we starting to be able to distinguish our areas of interest? Are you starting to see these buyers who are offsides, this absorption that took place here, and how this is our pivot? We see the absorption that's taking place into our low here. And this how this is our pivot into our 200.
Jump on Trade Deals says big ones to announce soon. We have a couple of big trade letters going out.
Is this, are you able to visualize it and see what I see? That's the most important thing. Yes, yes. Great. Just for reference. "40 seconds till do 15s.
So Trump says, when I send out the paper saying 35% or 40%, it's a deal. I was gonna call out every person in this room. Holy, this is gonna take forever.
Thank you. And thank
Jesus.
you.
what's that meme? The Krispy Kreme head glazer.
Head glazer. Holy.
What's going on right now?
Trump says stablecoin bill is massive validation for crypto.
A bit offsides into 210. This is what we were looking for a potential continuation down. If they can hold this and we can get below that 190, there might be a potential secondary leg.
Trump adds that
We'll
crypto
see.
has gone up more
Still
than any
just
stock.
bottom of balance here at our 190-200, but I'm seeing a bit of absorption here.
Crypto makes the dollar look good.
210. We'll see. I'm just gonna show that on footprint what I'm seeing. I am not positioned. I'm just watching this guy here who's a bit offsides.
Crypto is good for the dollar and the country.
I would love to see us drop below this 190 and take out these this absorption that's here and make this our selling node for a continuation down, or you know, getting over our 225 and showing that interest above this 225 230. But we'll see what happens with this guy in the mid. I am interested.
Newsom proposes to ease permits for oil drilling in California. Ed Scoresby on Yahoo Finance interview says new round of tariffs to apply to parts, copper, and revisiting Europe and Canada tariffs doesn't help. Scoresby says we need some resolution on tariffs to understand the impact on inflation.
Big cheers for firing Gary Gensler. Oh yeah.
Holy.
Goolsby says drip drip announcements on tariffs means that we can't make the argument tariffs mean a one-time increase in price level.
True. Bid really trying here into 210, still being absorbed. Watching to see what happens. If you're log off of 200, again, this is just a great first risk off middle of our range into 210. We're watching to see if offer is able to maintain here into 210 and push below 190, or if this just goes right back up top of balance. I'm unsure. Too slow.
We have posted the video where Fed's Goolsby speaking on Yahoo Finance on the feed for you to watch.
Balance is persisting as of right now. Again, just to give the plan of like what I'm seeing is I want to see if this seller that's sitting here in positioning can continue to absorb into this, into our value high of the previous candle. And if they can do that, right, we then have buyers that would be caught off sides in the mid, and that would lead to a potential secondary leg down, right, on a look below. So that's like the first clue.
Goolsby says
that we'd be
anything that
able to
makes
do
it
this
harder
next leg.
to figure out that we are on path to 2% inflation extends the timetable for rate cuts.
But if they just push through this guy, then it just rotates back up into our highs. There's no shift, and then we'll just be looking for the pop above over 28s again. But just something to keep in mind. Like, we want to see if this value can shift at all. Without a shift of value, without anyone being caught off sides, it's very hard to say.
Goolsby says we have to wait and see.
Right. It's just going to be more of the same.
Goolsby adds that multiple more months of benign inflation would make me more comfortable.
Why is this not? This is ugly. Weird. Okay. I would not try to short here. This is a risk off for longs. I do not want you to short in the middle of the range, even if it works. It's not a great trade. It's just an area where we should be looking to see if the buyer can be absorbed here, and then we can rotate below. This is a risk off for longs, and this is where we see if we get any sort of shift out of our balance, or if it persists and just rotates back up to our highs.
Trump praises stablecoins as a revolution in fintech. Goolsby says it's realistic that rates can come down if uncertainty gets cleared up. Trump says money transfers are costly and take a lot of time. Trump says that we're not going to let the dollar slide.
They're not sliding, by the way.
No sliding. You heard him.
That's interesting.
No cha-cha.
Dollar not sliding, by the way.
Ed Scoresby says that if we start seeing the labor market deteriorating, that would be a major factor in my thinking. Trump says losing the dollar as a reserve would be like losing a war.
20 seconds, still new 15s. Just trading at the middle of our balance, right at our value low, our value high of our previous candle here. RTY is still holding our bottom of our oscillation. ES has not moved.
Trump says hit BRICS group very hard.
New 15s, opening above POC of
The
previous
Trump of
candles
BRICS
so
says
far.
that if
at our
they ever
210.
form in a meaningful way, it will end quick.
Good hold so far on the new 15. Looks good. RTY holding our balance. Yes, coming back up to highs.
Trump says CBDC, central bank digital currency, will never happen in the US.
Full rotation of our balance. About low to about high. Good hold of our previous 15. A lot of buyers in the mid that are not offsides. Back to our highs here. Let's see what we do.
And that concludes Goolsby's comments on Yahoo Finance.
Again, great secondary risk off here into our 20s. If you're playing off of our 210 balance, there's
Trump
not
says
much
that
here.
I will sign legislation
see
soon to
pushable-
cement order banning CBDC. And that we're committed to signing crypto market legislation this year.
Let's see if they trap up here again, or if we can flip. Pushing back up into our supply here, into our 23 to 28.
Cryptozar Sachs says Genius Act will create demand for US treasuries.
Balance fill, yes. Basically equal here with our previous high about an hour and a half ago.
Trump signed stablecoin bill into law.
Buyers trapped into highs so far. Watch for reoffer from our 210 and then look for retest into our 218, 222 if it's going to hold as resistance. Failure at highs so far. Same as before, just watch offer stepping above, look back below, watch for reoffer, just like we did on these attempts. Or a step above 28s off of a hold to 210 and then pop above. Just back into balance. How often are you placing
So it
trades?
looks
to
like
get
that's
that?
concluding the event now.
Holy.
Obviously, we'll keep an eye out just in case he does decide
What the heck?
to say something.
You learn something new every day, I guess.
I don't think that there's anything different about the setup. I think this is still good. They're taking advantage.
And Trump ends remarks at the bill signing ceremony.
Watch for this 210, watch for offer here, watch for rotation down, or a bid back above and then hold. Sorry, I'm just adjusting things, but I didn't want to ruin this stop out. I want to make sure that that was still there.
Oh, what's up, Sam?
Pretty boring.
Yeah, you picked the best day.
Depends on the day, man. I give a lot of weight to the 15-minute VWAP on days like today, which is what we've been holding as resistance for a lot. But it just really depends on the day type. It really depends. There's no like one thing that'll always be true. If we're on like a mean reversion day, I think VWAP is a great signal, and I'll play it a lot. I'll look at like the previous attempts into it and see if there's anything that if there's correlation, right? Like if past attempts have shown interest, then I'll look to play around it. But I don't like to like just like play around something that hasn't shown any sort of edge so far on the day. But unlike balance days, VWAP is great. I like the deviations away from VWAP. I don't think the first deviation is all that great. I think if you're looking like 2 or 3 deviations out, it's usually a good sign for a low on reversion days. If we're starting to hold like the second or third deviation of VWAP, and we're like just kind of trending down in that, that's a very good sign that you should not be looking for reversion trades, right? It's just trend down, and you shouldn't be attempting. But yeah, like so like this is my view on VWAP is I've got these up, right? So this is what we're looking at right now. Do you see how NQ's just been rejecting VWAP all day? There's just a seller in the market. And then we're just trading down to our second deviation. And then we're just rotating. So it's just very balanced. So to me, like it's like I said, like if there's no interest over this 30 area, right? Like there's no reason to really be looking for longs, or for expansion, I should say. But as soon as we start to see that ability to look and hold above, that's when we can start to target these upper areas, right? So there's a lot of value on reversion days to look for these because we know where we're headed, right? And this is just back down to bottom of balance here into 200 off of another failure to get back over. Right, and if this goes offer, then we'll look for this 190 to rotate us down back into these lows. And ideally take them out. Right, and then our secondary target would be into this like 130. So yeah, like on days like today where we're very balanced, I value it pretty heavy. I'm basically in my head, and the way that I think about it is there's very clearly someone loading a position into that VWAP, and they're getting the best possible average at the time, right? So if they have orders and they're looking for shorts, they are selling into this push in and getting filled here, and they're allowing their position to build slowly or a continuation down and consolidation. Right? So that's kind of how I view it. And I'm not looking for expansion until I can see that push and hold above. Because we know that like if we continue to fail on the pushover balance, any entry back in will be a great offer and then rotation through our already known balance, which we've already shown, right? So as soon as this fails and we get stopped out, it's just an immediate flip to a short and then a rotation through our balance because we have failed the shift outside. And we can see like this buyer is caught off sides into our highs. Did that answer your question? Okay. But yeah, I put a lot of value on VWAP. I think it's a great tool. It's used by professionals as well as retail, so it has a lot of liquidity. Like even a lot of order flow traders that I know still value the VWAP and deviations from it for targets and for understanding like where they should be attempting. don't know, but like again, I will try these trades over and over and over again when we're in balance like this, because the risk is worth, like if I get stopped out, I know we're just headed right back through our balance. And as long as you're being mechanical with that and understanding like, oh, okay, these guys are off sides, and if we're not seeing that bid willing to hold this high, like I'm no longer interested in this long because I know that we're going to rotate through. So why would I hold a losing position through our value range? It doesn't make sense. Just exit and then play the other side and make up for the money you lost at the highs. We went over this after that end of day session that I did yesterday, just like the little review. But it's just like this is not a bad area to try, but it's a bad area to try if you don't then stop out, right? Like trying the high is fine as long as you're limiting your risk and you understand where you're wrong. As soon as we flip through and we see like a very strong seller, it's just playing the reoffer and then playing the rotation through, you know? And then you can make up for your money that you've lost here. It's fine to try things. It's a problem when you over leverage and you don't exit where you're supposed to, right? Because now you're positioning way too large and you're taking way bigger of an L that won't even out on the next trade. And that's the most important thing, is sizing consistently for compounding gains. If your size isn't consistent for your trade type and for what you're looking for risk reward wise, all of a sudden you're taking, you know, $100 wins, but you're taking $500 losses. It's going to be very hard to be profitable with a skewed risk reward like that. That doesn't mean you can't be profitable with a strategy like that, but that just means that you have to be wrong a hell of a lot less than you're right. Right? If your losses are much larger than your wins, then you have to be consistently have a higher win to loss ratio to be profitable as a trader.
CFTC says hedge funds turn bearish on yen before upper house vote. So reminder, you do have the upper house elections coming out in Japan.
Something that there are two ways that I go about it personally, and it depends on the day type. In balance days specifically, Sam, I usually have set levels where I'm not marketing in or marketing out at all. So for like these areas specifically, I am very, very strict on my areas of interest, and I have limits placed. So the way that I set this up on the DOM is that I have a stop set like this. That's plus 3 contracts. Right, so this is plus 3. And I have a short that's minus 2. Right? So what I'm doing is that I'm invalidating my short, and I'm immediately then getting filled on a long for a break. And then my stop is where my entry was there. So like I'm only having limits on the sides, and I'm filling for a potential break with a 5 or 10 point stop below my fill. And then I'm flipping back, and I'm only playing the edges. I'm not marketing in. I'm not pressing anything on the DOM itself. All I'm doing is playing the balance. So when I get filled off this short, if this short fails, I'm now looking for this to now stay bid. And then I'll add to that if we then hold here, and then my risk is just here, right? 6 points. And I'm only playing that edge. So there's no emotional or mental trade. I have given myself my risk. I understand that we either are pushing above and holding, or I'm getting stopped out and I'm not touching it. And that's all I do. And it's the same thing at the low, where I have a fill here for taking profit, and then I have a stop here at the lows where I would look for a short here below. And if I get filled,
Bitcoin
awesome.
during losses last at about
And then I get stopped
1.44%.
above, right? So let's say I take a short here. I have a +3 here then. I get filled on the stop, and then I'm looking for rotations up. And then my stop is now sitting here. That's all I do for limits and balance. And then I don't touch it.
Like, the big thing that you said was, like, it's not emotional, which
No.
then means that you have, like, objective pathing. So, like, a lot of it is, like, yeah, well, there you go, Sam, right? Like, if you're making decisions that aren't journaled or, like, aren't well thought out, you're going to have bad decision making. I mean, just objectively.
Yeah.
Because it's, like, you should be reacting. You should not be thinking in terms of, like, your idea generation should be reactions to patterns you already recognize and that you understand the probability of.
Right? Like, it's been the same thing over and over again in balance. And so, like, if I try to be emotional about this and I look for that breakout and I start to really hammer in on an edge and I'm wrong, I am going to be more emotionally invested because I'm seeing bigger numbers loss, right? Like, big numbers go down, and now I'm like, oh shit, I have to either exit and accept that I was wrong with this loss, or I'm going to try to hold through this balance again and let this trade be red for this entire time and take emotional damage, right? Because I was wrong at the highs. And it's like, no, I'm just going to stop out, take the 5-point hit, and then play the rotation through and make up for that 5-point loss, right? Because we've already determined our structure, we've determined our balance, and I know that if we can successfully break above, I will immediately make my money back. But if I'm wrong here and we fail to break out of balance, then I'm just going to get back into the short and we're going to play the value back down. Because again, like, it's been the same thing over and over again in this structure, where we've seen buyers absorbing into these lows and sellers absorbing into these highs, right? And until this shifts, we understand where our range is and where we should be most likely trying. And so it is more important for me to be efficiently trading at our edges than doing anything else, because we should be expecting more of the same. And I can be wrong for 5 or 10 points, but I don't want to be wrong in the middle of the range, and I don't want to be wrong at the highs with no stop, right? So, like, the entire, like, strategy here is just about efficiency of entry and efficiency of exit, playing around value. By limiting my risk and by limiting where I'm attempting, I'm limiting my potential overall loss. And so my loss will always be smaller than my gains in the system in balance by trading where I'm trading and by getting stopped out where I'm getting stopped out. Right? Because I'm only ever taking a 5-point loss. And my risk reward is always at least 2 or 3 to 1. Right? Like, we know what the range is. This is a 4 to 1, 4 to 1, 4 to 1, or 3 to 1 here, but you know what I mean. And it's the same thing in our 200s. Like, if we push back up into our 200s, we know where we're headed. We're going up. We're seeing that failure. And as long as we continue to see these failures at our highs and our lows, it's more of the same balance until something changes. But once it does, right, we have secondary areas of where we need to see that validation occur for next legs. But as long as I'm not just, like, pressing that buy market, hands are off, and I'm just letting this stuff play, like, I don't need to worry about the chop that happens in between, because I understand where that value is being found. And then I just let that trade play. And it's the only way that I've found to efficiently play this without getting too emotional and then getting, like, caught in the middle of this and having to, like, hope and pray. And it's one of those things where it's like, in the long run, you make money with the system, right? Like, it's about compounding instead of just taking huge L's over and over and over again at the wrong side, at the literal wrong side of our edges, trying to look for expansion. Wait for the expansion to show. Be systematic. No, don't. There's no reason to do minis. I would do 3 micros if you were going to try this. There's no need. There's no need to size up like that. You can make lots of money in a 20-point range with
That's not
with
what I'm
micros. Yeah.
I just meant, would you do this with a single? Or
Yeah, no, because you want
two minis?
you want the ability to average in and out. Because my first profit target is always the mid of the range, so I always want to be able to take off one so that I can scratch the trade for break even if need be if we come back up. So I always take off one in the mid. So having 2 contracts on is like pretty important.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because you want to be able to cover fees. You don't want to like be right on all of your trades and then still be down on the day because you're over trading with fees on micros or minis in a tight range. That's always the worst. Like, oh, my profits without fees look great. And then like the strategies changes quite a bit when we are in a trending market or a market that isn't in like a very clear balance like we are. For those kind of trades, I'm looking for whoa, what happened? My footprint decided it no longer wanted a footprint. What's going on? Okay, there we're back. So for like I think a really solid risk to reward, and this is something that I've been really trying to hammer in with everyone, is just playing off of our value low or our value high to POC of our last 15-minute candle structure and using that as your risk to reward, especially for right side of the V trades, just by being able to capture this. So when we're not in just straight chop like this, we're looking for structural trades where price on the new 15-minute candle opens and then holds this area, and then this becomes my risk. So this value low to POC is where I'm looking for sell side to be able to maintain if we open below POC, right? And we can see that kind of stuff over and over again. Like this is where I'm looking to put risk on, and I'm willing to, is this the right? Yeah.
1 minute to go now to begin the market on close imbalance data.
And I'm looking to play around this POC to value high as my risk and using it as basically a volume profile play. And then I'd be taking profit into our value low of our previous candle. And I do that a lot on long and short side where we can play around the open of the new 15 and use that as our risk for our trades. So I'd be looking to play around this, right? Because we're watching to see if we can hold this area, and then we're looking to rotate this up. And I do this a lot for bottoming setups or reversals, and then we use that as our risk. And then for trend following after that, this is Globex, so it's going to be pretty garbage. But we then watch to see if the new 15-minute candle, after holding that value high to POC,
10 seconds.
can then hold as supportive. If it can, then it's a very clear trend up if we're then holding POC of the previous 15-minute candle. I really like that system for just a solid invalidation.
Market on close imbalance, S&P 500 to the buy side 1.5 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 956 million, Dow 30 buy side 600 million, and Mag 7 buy side 461 million.
Another full rotation of our balance, 200s to 220. Oops, sorry, that's probably loud. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's been the play. It's just a balance, right? So it's the look above and fail. We see this buyer absorbed, and then it's the look back through, right? And it's like it's totally fine to try to play the highs, but not stopping out and playing the other side is just like shooting yourself in the foot, right? Like there's no reason. Like we know that if we push back into balance off of a failure at the highs, we're gonna rotate through. This is a setup that Mario's gone over and over again. Right? We did a full like 4-part class on it. On the
I'll do it again.
Yeah, like it's just like we know where we're headed if we continue to. If value fails to shift, then okay, we're still in value, so we're going back down to the other edge, right? Like if we fail to hold value high on the daily profile and then value high becomes resistance off of a look back in from above, right? We're going to POC and then value low, most likely. And that's a trade that's worthwhile taking. And you can use the same logic on balance itself, right? Like if we fail up here on a look above and we have liquidity resting and then we look back into balance, we should expect that rotation back through. Just like we have drawn out here. And just like if we fail at the highs, or sorry, we fail at the lows. So let's say that this is our value low and we look below and then we look back above, we should be expecting rotations through, right? So then we use that as our risk. And then we play off of that value edge for a long, for our PT of our balance high. Because we have liquidity that's trapped here, and we have a secondary buyer who's stepped in, and then we can play that rotation up. And that's just balance. So all we do in these areas is just watch for someone to get trapped into our highs, and then play the secondary leg back down to our low. But that, again, like that doesn't mean that you can't try to long with these guys. It just the whole point is understanding when you are wrong. And like there's no, like it would be an amazing trade if these buyers were able to sustain, but they failed. So as soon as they fail, it's like, okay, well, we're back through and now we have to have a short bias down because these guys are now trapped off sides until we can push back up through. And it's just like keeping that in mind and then following that logic. It's like, okay, well, now I'm risking, 10 points here for a potential long. And if I'm wrong, I can immediately flip and then make 20 points back. So I make 10 points in the overall trade failing, right? Because you lose 10 points from getting stopped out, but then you make 10 points because this is a 20-point profit target for failing from 20 to 200, 220 to 200, right? So you're making a 10-point profit overall on that failure. And if it succeeds, right, then we break out and we have expansion potential and it's huge. But like not stopping out here and taking that risk reward, it's like, okay, well now instead of having a 10-point potential loss here, I now have a 30-point loss and I'm stopping out at the bottom of balance where a buyer is going to step back in. So it feels terrible because then you stop out of your short into the low and then it bids back up. It's like, okay, well, that sucks. And now I'm emotionally trading because I get stopped out at our low and I tried to long the high and I didn't stop out at the top of balance, right, on the break back below. And now I've done this, right? I've stopped out here, price goes back up. I now try to long the mid, price then goes down, and then we reject and continue downwards. Right? How many times has that happened to you? Where you emotionally exit here, you try to long here to get back in off of a trade, and then we go the opposite direction. Just play your edges, man. Like it is what it is. Stop trying to do too much. So no look above our 28 so far. Offer still holding there. No long attempt. Watch to see if this bid can maintain. We've got 5 minutes left. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the breach. It'd be cool if we could. This range seems pretty solid. I don't know. Like I always say, like you have two options on days like today. You can either accept that we're in balance and trade the balance with very strict rules in place, or you can leave and wait for the break of balance, set an alert, and don't look at the screen until we break out. If balance trading is not for you, then don't be here. Right? All you're gonna do is you're gonna try to FOMO in over and over again. You aren't a balance trader. You haven't practiced trading balance. You don't have setups for balance, right? So you should not be here because you are hard encoded, right? You've hard encoded your brain to only look for expansion. And so you will constantly and continuously be on the wrong side of balance over and over again because your brain is so focused on expansion that you can't comprehend that we're going to trade in a 20-point range for 5 hours. Right? So, like, just don't be here. Don't allow yourself to get into that state where you're going to just fail over and over and over again. If this isn't your market, it's not your market. Use this time to practice in a paper account trading balance, right? That being said, I've given you nothing but great setups for balance trades today. And so, like, if you're willing to practice and keep an open mind and not look for expansion, today can be an amazing day for you. But like it's up to you, right? Like this might be just way too boring of a market, and I totally understand that. I'm with you. But that's why I just put limits on and then watch YouTube all day. Like that's later, Kevin. Yeah, I mean, it's very unlikely that I take another trade in the last 2 minutes of the market. Just continuing to absorb here. This offer at 20 is fine if you wanted to play it down. Liquidity is resting at 210, but I'm good. I don't know. There's only so many times I can take the same trade before I even lose my own mind. Right, but what were we looking for always when we're seeing this? You're not shorting the top here. You're looking for the lower high, right? And then you're playing this as your risk. This is what we're doing. So it's always the look in and then the look back below, and then this becomes your risk. That's how it's been the same trade over and over again. And then your first risk off is into 10, your secondary risk off is into 200. Always the look above and then the hold for the long, the look below and then hold for the short. In a clear balance. Again, I'm flat. We have 30 seconds left in the market. Expect volatility. This is a great day to review these setups. And again, we can see these, we can visually see these guys being trapped on footprint and using that as a context clue of being like, oh yeah, as long as we're holding these guys and we look back below and then we offer, like, they're off sides, we should expect rotation down and punishment through, right? I think using the POC of that previous candle as where we need to see buyers showing interest above is such an easy way to know if I should be in a long or not, right? Like if we can start to build above this 28, like we've been talking about over and over again today, upside is pretty likely. But if like this bid continues to get absorbed and we can't build a base over these previous POCs, it's the same guy who's just taking in over and over again. And any look back below and hold is just going to mean that these buyers are off sides here. And then we should just expect rotation down off of another failure to shift value, you know? perhaps not to your point, but the longer you sit waiting to get in, the smaller your risk becomes. Um, hmm,
No.
I don't know.
Time and price are not on the same
Yeah.
axis.
I would say anytime that you're not in a trade is you have no risk on, right? Like there's no risk on the market, but waiting for your price to get to those areas into a known risk is good. But I don't know if yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Hmm. We watch it drop, see the climb, and it gets closer to the stop loss as it climbs.
I have to get out of here. I
Goodbye,
gotta
my
go
friend.
pull apart our garbage disposal.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Yeah, I'm really don't want to do it. Really don't want to do it. All right. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. Let me know if you need anything.
Peace. I forgot it's
Goodbye,
Friday.
goodbye.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have a great
It's
weekend,
that day.
everyone.
Goodbye.
Yeah, he is Mario, the plumber. Yeah, I mean, do you guys have any more questions? I don't know. I mean, these afternoon sessions have been pretty slow. So it's like either you have to adapt with the balance that we get into these afternoons, or you just gotta like stop trading um at like 12. Right? We get like 1 hour of good trading from like 10:30 to 12:30, not even like 11:30 really. And then after that it becomes pretty balanced. Or at least it has been. Hopefully it gets a bit better. Um, but like again, like July, I went into this on July 1st, but like July is statistically a green month. We haven't had a red July in a very, very, very long time. And so I think just like sideways or slow grind up is to be expected. After July, I can definitely see us going down for sure. But looking for like larger moves just doesn't feel like that's what the market sentiment is right now. It's just like slow grind up, gap up on gap up or gap down on Globex, and then retrace that, and then continuation of our balance. So it's just about being able to find where that balance is and then trading around it. And you just have to adjust with it, and then like you're going to get used to trading balance, and then we're going to go back to trend, right? And then you're going to have to relearn that. And that's why it's like it's really important to have those two strategies mapped out already, right? This is why journaling is so important, is to be able to get that pattern recognition going of being able to immediately open your charts in the morning and being like, oh, okay, yeah, we're in balance. Oh, yeah, we're in trend. That's usually the first thing I say when I get on is like, oh, it looks like we're in balance. Oh, it looks like we're in trend. And then that determines what kind of trades I'm then taking, right? And being able to really work on that muscle of being like, oh, I can determine the market condition we're in, and that allows me to then use the right tools to make money on the day, right? It's so important because you don't know what tool to use if you don't even know what you're working on or working with, right? This is a better example. And so like really going back and looking at what balance days look like and looking at what trend days look like, go look at your past auctions and seeing the difference and seeing how trades that are potentially worth taking on those days and screenshotting them, right? Having that visual library available to you until it becomes a mental library as well is going to be incredibly important as a tool for you to know what kind of trades and what you should be doing on said day. That's why we focus so much on the journaling aspect, because
until you get that mental library built up, it has to be a visual library that you can reference for your setups. And then it's just practice, practice, practice on the execution of those setups that you find. All right, I'm out of here. You guys have a great weekend. If you have any questions or if you want to talk more, my DMs are open. Have a great weekend.